I'm not seeing any.
All right, we'll close public comment and move on to commissioner updates.
I have nothing since last week.
Sorry, before we get to commissioner updates, may I read an added executive session into the record?
Sure.
Please? Okay, thank you. And we can have it whenever throughout the day, but pursuant to CRS, well, I guess I need a motion first.
Need to move that we move into executive session.
Oh, you want to move into executive session right now? I thought you wanted to.
I just
Say
wanted to get the record. I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. I'm turned around today as well. Pursuant to CRS 24640224B for the county attorney to conference with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on matters concerning potential litigation relating to the death of CJ Glass on or about June 11th, 2022. That's for the record. It just wasn't on the original agenda.
Okay. Okay. Now it's been 7 days since we last told everyone about what we were doing. Do we have anything else to say, George?
Just a couple of quick things. I had a conversation with a constituent about our use of Facebook to publish our meetings. The suggestion that we use YouTube instead because you don't have to have an account. So the public can, without having an account to anything, access our videos online. Thought that was reasonable about it, just sharing it with you too.
Yeah, I would say maybe instead, I would say in addition to, right?
Right.
We've already got the Facebook thing dialed up and people like it. Just keep doing it.
Yeah.
And do.
So we could add YouTube to it potentially. Yeah.
TikTok's got to be next, right?
They are on YouTube afterwards. I put them directly up right after the meeting. And we do have open media, which will stream them live on Facebook and YouTube at the same time. We're still getting that figured out, but that is coming in the future, but they also are on YouTube right after. So.
Well, sounds like it's already down the road.
That's when you
On
know
that
it's a
one.
good idea, when your staff has already done it.
Well, just so they know, just so they can find them, I uploaded them into like March 2020 on YouTube. So they're all up there. And they can also access that link on our website and our Facebook page.
Groovy.
Anything else?
I don't think so. Everything else will come out in the meeting.
Yep, nothing, couple of meetings. Went to a few more meetings and went out and played in Klein Mountains and stuff. So.
Maybe just one other thing real quick. The current reached out to me to talk about the funding that was announced for I-70.
Right,
And
100
I
million.
referred her to you, Brandy.
Yeah,
I'm not unwilling to talk to her, but I said she would, get a lot more detail and better response out of you.
You may
Right.
be fully informed to talk about it.
I will update my details before I talk to her too, then, just to make sure the full accounting, get with Amy or somebody who knows stuff.
That's it for me.
Yeah, I don't have anything either, other than I think I've ever mentioned, I'm working on something with Randy Kuykendall from CDPHE to continue figuring out how to improve the local ambulance certification process. We're the last state that allows, or that only has counties do it, and they're talking about making this a statewide function to kind of standardize what we're doing and make it easier for some of the smaller counties to do it. One of the big concerns is a lot of the smaller counties, interfacility transports and transports to big medical centers are a huge part of their revenue. And they kind of have a monopoly. They're the only ones who can transport in their counties. And if you allow AMR and some of the big commercial ones to go pick off the high revenue stuff around the state, it's going to crush the little small counties and ambulance agencies. So we're trying to figure out a way to get both the best worlds without creating a bad situation. And I think that's all I've got.
Thank you. When they were talking about that last session, I kind of kept referring people to you.
Yeah.
Dr. Sean.
Brian.
Couple things for you. A reminder, there's a special meeting at King Murphy on September 15th. The school district
Thursday.
starts at 10:30.
Do we have an agenda for that?
Not really.
I'm looking, hold on.
There wasn't one in the email. I mean, in the email itself, back on the 6th, they did ask if you have any
Yeah.
particular items that you want to talk about, but
I guess I wouldn't mind getting an update on the school board votes and this idea of using a bunch of debt to create a new bus barn that costs more than the one that we sold or they sold. I know the public is pretty interested in that. Some of them are.
Yeah, and a bit on the bus barn and just the bond program in general.
Yeah.
Okay, I would love to hear just what's going on with enrollment.
You know what they just found out yesterday? The two elementary schools in Evergreen and Jeffco are collapsing into one.
Okay, so again, that's Thursday, 10:30 at King Murphy.
I think Jeffco said they're closing 15 elementary schools.
They lost.
That's crazy.
What's that?
Jefferson County lost population over the last couple of years.
They lost population, you said?
Yeah.
I think some of it too is, I know before 10% of the kids in Jeffco homeschooled. And I think the number is a lot higher now after the pandemic shift. I don't think people have shifted back.
You also received an email on September 3rd from Peter Munson about the next Emerge meeting at King Murphy, which is October 12th. So he's giving you all time to speak that day.
I will not be able to be there. That, I think I get back later that evening.
I won't be there either. I'm traveling back that day, actually.
I believe I'm in the air till around 7:30 or something.
I'll make sure that it works for the two of you.
October
Or
12th.
not, I guess it's a.
Actually, I always, whenever I think of Emerge, I think of the fact that that's the only neighborhood in the entire county who has some sort of a regular invitation for us to show up. It would be nice if at least other communities knew that we were certainly willing to do that. And before the pandemic, we used to do a couple of events here and there, Dumont, and I think we did, and we would visit the staff here and there, like at the Brookvale shop. We should get back to doing things like that.
Yeah, I think that should be a goal for next year.
So I heard two different things going on there. Brookville's staff.
Well, it
right?
was both. And then, I mean, you're right, there's two different things, but rather than waiting for St. Mary's to get up in arms about shooting or whatever they get mad about before we go up there, it would be nice if we went up there on a regular basis and they would have a forum to be sitting down with us.
I mean, we could, Megan and I could probably work together and put something,
It's probably like 4 or 5 of
Something-
them, right?
something together to reach out to them proactively to say, hey,
You could even do like the Evergreen Fire Station 8, which is right in Brook Forest.
Matt's got this really great map of the different sort of named neighborhoods in the county. That could be a good place to start, to just try to see what organizations are out there that can convene. And I agree. I agree. We need it.
We still have a list of HOAs in the county.
Yeah, Floyd Hills has a pretty active HOA.
Mhm.
I think it's a large enough area. St. Mary's, Floyd Hill are examples.
And yeah, you could
Of
catch most of
scale.
Evergreen at
all right,
Station 2.
we can develop something to
Yeah.
do some kind of proactive reach out to them.
It'll probably take a little while to get going. Like I imagine the first few probably won't be all that well attended.
Okay. We need a volunteer to serve on the CCI Legislative Committee for 2023. That's due to CCI on September 30th.
I'm virtually taking a step backwards right now.
What's the,
Crawling under the table.
will you remind me the date? I thought I had a complication
Oh, you got it.
What do you need? Which date?
of the CCI Legislative Committee meeting.
October 7th.
Is that when the next meeting is?
That's what it says on this
Yeah.
form. It says our legislative committee designee will attend the October 7th meeting in person or virtually.
I will be gone from the 5th to the 12th, so I'm pretty well out.
Well, my next question is going to be related to your concern that you may not be able to make this meeting, right? Because you wanted to move the meeting on the 4th.
Oh, God.
I'm happy to attend the Legislative Committee meeting. Is it okay with them?
Yeah, sure.
And so what was the next one?
The next one is you had mentioned last meeting that you wanted to move the October 4th meeting.
I scheduled my vacation around it.
I'm not sure what I have going on October 4th that I made that request.
I wrote George out of town week of October 4th and 11th.
It's some fantastic vacation you already forgot about.
December? I'm
Oh,
in
that's-
town December, but I think I'm planning on leaving town in October.
Okay.
I mean,
I just made it all up. I wrote down a note even.
you probably didn't. I probably had something in mind that I figured out, or else I'll email you guys if I have a problem.
Okay, so we're good to go on October 4th.
I think so, especially given that Randy scheduled his vacation around it.
And just so you know, I leave town on the 17th this Saturday. And I'm out Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, returning it Thursday. Reachable, it's a conference, so I'm working, so reachable myself, et cetera. I think that's it.
I got the fourth scheduled as a full day BOCC.
Okay.
Anything else before we maybe take a break before 9 o'clock?
All good.
All right, so we'll recess until 9. We'll get started with the compensation plan. Horace just sent me a text. She's
Mike, there we go.
Good.
All right, we're back. It's a little after 9 o'clock. We will restart with an action session. Consideration approval of resolution 22-55, resolution to adopt the compensation plan for all county employees, including those of elected officials, and to rescind resolution 20-119. So it's over to you, Brian, and maybe give a little background about the last time we visited this and what's happened since then.
Thank you. So as Sean indicated, this item is a consideration of a resolution adopting an updated compensation plan. The last time the board considered a compensation plan was in December of 2022, where you adopted the existing plan that we use today. So we're bringing forward you an update to that plan itself. And we do that for several reasons. We recognize the budgetary situation that we sit in. We came to you in July of this summer to present to you an update on the budget, to give you an understanding of our financial forecast, and it wasn't pretty. And we recognize that. And at the same time, we believe it's important for those employees who are here that we pay them at a market rate, what the market states these positions should be paid. And so that's one of the reasons we bring this to you. That said, we've got some extremely tough decisions in front of us moving forward. And quite honestly, we may need to eliminate some of our existing positions as individuals retire, as they choose to separate from the county for other reasons. There may be, there will be some tough decisions moving forward with respect to whether or not we can continue to keep these positions. Can we afford them? But I at the same time, those that we state we are going to continue to afford and continue to employ to provide the services that we do, we need to be paying them at market rate. Again, why we're bringing this to you. We continue to struggle to fill some very important positions. We have ongoing vacancies in Road and Bridge. Carl and I were talking about it this week. We have set a high expectation in this community for our snow removal. And if the storm hit tomorrow, we could not meet that expectation. We could not meet that expectation today simply because we lack bodies. Bridge. You're all very familiar already with our transfer station. We've only got 2 employees there. And the person leading that place badly wants to take a vacation, and he deserves it, right?
Yep.
Right. And again, just having a hard time filling these positions. Sheriff's office continues to struggle to fill his deputy positions and they continue to have enough folks on the street. Our facilities team is struggling to find facilities employees, custodians. All of those operations are struggling with their continuity of operations, with their ability to continue to provide services to their customers, most of those being external serving areas of the county, right? And so those are all some of the reasons that we bring forward this recommendation of increasing our compensation plan and moving towards market pay. We met with you in a retreat style, myself and the county attorney, where you identified some focus areas for us. And one of your focus areas was developing a compensation adjustment for employees. All of those reasons are why we're here today to discuss employee pay and what the market looks like. So the county groups all of its positions into a pay range. And you see that in the exhibit that's attached to this item. So jobs with similar work requirements, experience, level of responsibility, those are all grouped together into a same pay range. So then we go out and we test the market, determine and compare job descriptions. Are we paying at what the market is saying these positions are worth? So you see those ranges in the exhibit attached to you. Historically, the county has used the Employers Council Denver Boulder Index as our source for compensation data. We would use them to determine to determine market pay. They pull from several sources and they're all compensation surveys. So the Employers Council is relying on entities such as us to fill out a survey that gets submitted to the Employers Council that they then share with entities like us. So we pulled that Employers Council data just as we have every other year and quickly found some flaws. It was lacking IT positions. It did not have a public works director position in it. Senior accountants, all very standard positions in local government missing from the actual data that they were providing us. And it's for that reason that we decided to go out and look for other data to determine and assess market. Thank you to our finance team who took this project on for us. And our finance team worked with our HR employees, and they worked together reviewing our exit interview data, our recruitment data, to determine who was our true market. Who are we competing with in the market for employees? Where are we attracting employees from? And where are they leaving us to go to? And now those are the 7 survey jurisdictions that we've identified. Those being cities of Arvada, Lakewood, Westminster, the cities and counties of Broomfield and Denver, and Jefferson and Summit County.
That's where our people are going when they leave.
That's where we're attracting people from. That's where people are leaving us.
Same. Okay.
Now, some of them are going up north and other places, but the lion's share, right? At your July 12th, 2022 meeting, where we provided you a financial update on the existing budget, kind of give you an understanding of our belief of what the forecast looked like. We shared these survey jurisdictions with you at the time. You gave us a head nod at that point, indicating that you supported these 7 survey jurisdictions. Since that time, we also recognized that we need to take a look at EMS and who we're comparing our EMS employees to. And the reason for that is we have to ensure that we're comparing like for like, that the job descriptions and duties of this position are similar enough that we can compare them to say they should be paid the same. And so when you take a look at the 7 survey jurisdictions that I just identified, most of them have combined fire and EMS personnel, right? So they're a firefighter and they're an EMT or a paramedic. That skill set, those certifications, those experiences are greater, right? So in those positions, their training, their certs, their experience is greater than what we require here in EMS, in our EMS. So it would not be fair to compare this apples and oranges. It would increase them even higher. So we went back to Brian and his team, and they identified 7 jurisdictions that he believes are his competitors, his market, where again, where people are leaving for and where we're attracting people from.
Who are they?
They are,
All right, it's probably.
Chaffee County, Denver, Eagle, and Gilpin County, Evergreen EMS, St. Vincent EMS, and Thompson Valley EMS.
Okay, yeah, those sound right.
And so can I infer from that we are not losing paramedics to the metro area?
We are, but
There's places like West Metro where they can't go because they're not firefighter 2 or hazmat or anything.
Yeah, again, because when they've got the combined fire and EMS, our guys our staff don't have that fire cert, right? So they could not go to many of the jurisdictions that we're comparing ourselves to in the other areas, because the overwhelming majority of our positions all have benchmarks in these 7, except for EMS, because of that difference.
yeah, so we're just, with these agencies, it's the most like that we are right now. Of course, we're a training ground for West Metro, South Metro, North Metro. In fact, I've heard that if you say that you've worked at Clear Creek, you kind of get shuffled to the top of the interview list in those agencies. There's nothing we're going to be able to do about that. We'll never be able to pay what they pay down there. So I think as far as moving around in the region with like agencies, those districts are the closest that we can come to like agencies.
Because some people come here and maybe they did their fire stuff at Red Rocks or something like that. So then they are qualified to go to somewhere like West Metro.
Yeah, and they'll get their experience and leave, and there's nothing we can do about that. But it's the people that are going, over to Chaffee or Eagle or Gilpin. We want to stay competitive with them to make it a tough decision to leave here and go next door.
This is a little bit of an aside, but it makes me glad that you guys focus so much on being kind of scientific about training and getting people trained up fast. This is going to be a training ground.
Yeah. Yeah. I just thought it was kind of funny that West Metro specifically, when they see Clear Creek now, they know that there's quality people and they get them in here.
That's awesome.
I
It's
think
sad too. But
it's sad. But awesome.
That's more awesome than said, right?
Yeah,
That's testament to what
Yeah.
they're doing, right?
yeah,
It makes me proud. So
that's good.
It's easier to get on top than to stay on top sometimes. You got to keep fighting at it. So
All right, so should the board approve the compensation plan? Become effective as of the payroll period beginning on October 3rd. Employees hired before July 1st would receive a wage adjustment to move to the bottom of the new ranges that you're seeing in your packet, or 50% of the market increase, whichever is greater. So let's say this band is going to move 12%. They're going to get to the bottom of the range or 6% into that range, whichever is higher. Because we're recommending paying 50% as opposed to that 100%, which is a 12% it's moving, if that makes sense.
And I'm not going to suggest we make any changes. I'm just curious about something. The big spike of inflation, I imagine happened after we gathered all this data. Is that true?
Big spike of inflation.
It started mostly this year.
Correct. It started in the beginning of 22. We gathered the data around July 1st of 22.
Oh, okay.
And a lot of the jurisdictions had already made their pay adjustments by that date.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, they're not part of the survey jurisdictions, but Breckenridge, Summit County, Frisco, Silverthorne, they all gave mid-year raises to their employees, citing inflation as.
Yeah.
I just didn't look into the front rates to determine what happened down there, but I know for a fact all of them did that. Market increases for employees who received a pay increase in May, June, or July. They're going to be treated a little differently. So for instance, we had all these vacancies in facilities, and I just made a decision. Let's advertise that job at least the midpoint or higher within the existing range, just to attract employees, right? So which then means when you do that, you're bringing somebody in above someone who's been here for a couple of years, and you got to raise them up, right? So some of those employees got some bumps in the middle of the year because of that. And so that's what that's speaking to, is they may not get the full extent of the bump at this point because they got some of it already, but that's what that's referring to. So funding the compensation adjustment at 100%, moving us all the way into the market, moving all the employees back into the market where they are today in terms of their range. The cost of that's $1,085,000. Can't justify that. Can't recommend that given where we are financially. What we are recommending is funding it for the most part to 50%, which is a cost of $698,000.
And in that, are we funding some people at 100% and some people at 0, or is it
Yes.
sort of like, okay,
Yes. Road and bridge. We decided to go all the way just because we can't find folks to want to drive a plow truck or all the equipment around the transfer station. So in an attempt to track folks, yeah, we went to 100% there.
so it's really targeted towards being able to provide the services that we need to.
Correct. So I also want to note in the financial forecast that we presented to you in July, it included this market study.
Yep.
So while that financial picture did not look good, if you approve this today, it's not going to get worse than it was when we showed it to you.
This was anticipated.
This was
wasn't
this was included in the event there was something that you were willing to fund, so we can pull it out. But that situation, that scenario that we shared with you that shows that the out year is looking painful, yeah, it was included. Yeah, it's a big number. So we've got some tough decisions ahead of us. We've got a high turnover rate. I think the number I actually put in the memo is too low. I don't think that's right. I think that 12% number is actually a monthly turnover as opposed to what we're seeing through the year. So it's a high number. However, we can't solely contribute our problems to that turnover rate or to our pay for that matter, right? People leave for other reasons. So you can't say that's the sole reason of pay. But turnover is expensive to manage, right? It's a training issue, right? That Brian was just speaking to it. Get everyone trained up and then they leave. But one final thing that I want to remind us of, this is not an emergency. This is still not an emergency. In that we know we're predicting what our future looks like, and it's somewhat of a bleak one. So how are we going to respond to it, right? There's that large wave coming towards us. We see it coming. You can see the wave coming. It's not necessarily an emergency. It's how are we going to prepare? And I think what we're suggesting to you is that I think our community understands, some understand our budget dilemma. Some can see that wave coming. but their expectations of service aren't changing. They're not telling the three of you deliver less service. You know, you're hearing from folks upset with the transfer station, pay them more. In some cases, we've been at Rotary Club meetings where they're telling us to raise my taxes so I can continue to go to we're not suggesting that, right? But my point being that they understand the challenge we have, but their expectations haven't changed. So again, we've got tough decisions in front of us, but I think those employees who are going to be here to help us ride that wave. Clear Creek County deserves the best possible, highly engaged, high-performing employees as possible delivering services. For us to be able to attract that includes paying them at a market level, and that's what we're recommending to you. So I think I'll stop there and take any questions you might have.
Yeah, I agree. That's the best approach. I mean, I think it's hard to reconcile digging our financial picture, or making our financial picture more challenging, but I don't see that there's a choice. I think that we need to have the right people here who can serve the community. And I think we've said before, we've always been able to manage through these transitions in the past with attrition and kind of more organic transformations rather than anything like a reduction in force or furloughs or anything like that. And so what I'm hearing from you is we're not discussing anything like that. We're basically talking about continuing to operate like we have, and where things are going to get cut or adjusted is going to be the types of services we're able to provide and the levels of service we're able to provide. So yeah, I think we need to focus on continuing to provide what's expected of us at a high level rather than compromising what we're able to do kind of across the board, which is what I think we would do if we don't take action today.
I agree. I think it's I mean, we're not even trying to find 100% of the difference. We're trying to catch about halfway up right now by doing that and develop the idea that we need to pay enough to make them want us today, to make them feel like they're appreciated for one thing, and then to be able to have subsistence for another thing. And otherwise, shrinking through attrition is going to be really easy to do. If we don't, it's not like that's too big a problem because we're in a competitive market, and it's easy to do that without getting out a hatchet or something like that. We simply need to pay enough to try to stay in there. And we have plenty of positions that we do recognize that we do need that we can't even fill. So.
Yeah, I agree with you both. I think a decision to keep our pay low is a decision to reduce service levels rather than raise taxes. And I think that's a conversation that the voters deserve to weigh in on. And I think that's kind of a next step for us, is to really start to communicate with the voters what the cost of the government they expect is and see what
Right.
they want to pay for.
Right.
And so I look forward to that conversation next year. But in the meantime, I think we owe it to the voters to meet their expectations.
Yeah.
Not make this decision for them.
Yeah, I agree. I think for them to be able to be as informed as possible when they make that decision, they should be making it on real world data, which is what does it cost to keep somebody in the chair or behind the steering wheel of that snowplow.
I do have a couple of questions. I see here that on this sheet, you're comparing what we were paying to what we're proposing. And the comparison is percent of the mid of the range out of market for exempt and non-exempt employees, except for the sheriff's office where you're comparing it to the top percent out of market. Can you help me understand why we're doing apples and oranges here?
We kept it the same. The existing resolution outlined that. The 50% spread versus getting to 100% in the sheriff's office. That was something identified during the last compensation study. And we just chose to keep it the same.
That's correct, Brian. And it's actually 3 positions, Commissioner, only 3 positions, not all sheriff positions, just those 3 specific titles. And those are in a step plan. They're in a step plan and no other positions are. And it is something that came from the 2020 compensation plan and we just carried it over. If you look at other jurisdictions in law enforcement, it's very common for your officers and deputies to have a step plan. And you start at, level 1 on your first year and you get a raise every year till you work your way through the step plan. That's very, very common in law enforcement. And I would imagine that's why in 2020, they went this route with these 3 positions.
Okay, thank you. I know that was in 2019, maybe it started earlier than that. We set up a task force around hot jobs. And I think it was these 3 jobs in the sheriff's office, and it was our CDL positions. And so it's kind of in keeping with the acute challenges. Were there any conversations, the sheriff's office has been interested in changing their retirement plan? Did sheriff bring up whether he thinks his staff would prefer this or a transition to the retirement plan that they prefer? I don't know how that compares in terms of costs, but if we're talking about spending more money, I know that the retirement plan has been raised as a recruiting and retention challenge in the sheriff's office. And I'm just curious, did anything happen or did that conversation happen at all?
It did not. The KRW report identified pay and retirement at both as reasons for sheriff's office employees leaving. But we did have a meeting with the sheriff and his team, but doing something in lieu of compensation with retirement didn't come up. I know that soon after I got here, our previous HR staff did some analysis around the cost of increasing the retirement system for all employees, and it was a rather large number. I wouldn't mind having Maria and her team take a look at those numbers after she got here, because that hasn't happened. But again, that was something that didn't get moved on solely because of the cost. But doing something in lieu of a pay increase was not a discussion with the sheriff, no.
Yeah, and there's another element to it. Not only is it potentially a higher cost, it's also a cost that is much less predictable, because with a defined benefit plan, when the markets go down, the employer basically makes up the difference.
Right. Yeah, okay, thank you. I was just curious if he had raised it and what happened, because I know that was something he talks about a lot and is important. That's the extent of my questions, and I support this.
I have a couple of comments based on yours. I think this, your comments about service level, I think that's going to have to be a conversation that we have moving forward. I think I've said it, I'm not sure which meetings, but I think we have a tendency to want to really gold plate everything. And does that require the every service that we provide? And and you're right. I think that's a community conversation, right? What are we willing to expect versus what are we willing to pay for? So I think some kind of a service level conversation is warranted. Megan and I have discussed how do we get out into the community and start this conversation about what our budget looks like and what our future looks like. I think Maria and I started that at a Rotary Club meeting. But how do we get out into the community and really start messaging, the concerns that we have with respect to our budget? So I think that's something we're going to need to talk about. And one more data point for you that I believe you need to understand before you make this, or as you're making this decision. We're building a proposed FY23 budget. And it will include it's looking like it's going to include a 3% across the board for all staff. So that would be on top of this. And I share that because this gets us to almost a market, right? And so then that 3% just gets us a little bit closer, right? So I just want to be transparent in that the budget coming forward will have that more than likely have that built into it also.
So there's another nuance that no one I don't think has mentioned so far today, which is different parts of our services we provide the public are funded in different ways. EMS, for example, has a dedicated sales tax, and so does Road and Bridge. To what degree did that figure into the recommendation that we have in front of us? And I mean, it seems like it would be a lot easier from a financial perspective to get Road and Bridge and EMS up to where they need to be since I think those don't have general fund impacts, and those have their dedicated sources, I think, are robust enough to accommodate that without having to do great other trade-offs. Can you comment on sort of that dynamic?
Sure, you're right. So the Road and Bridge Fund is covering those expenses related to that pay and EMS as well. I'll let Maria comment here in a moment. I would imagine, well, I know, because those funds have their own dedicated funding source, it made the hit to the general fund a little bit more palatable, to be honest, because those other monies are coming out of separate funds. I think we wanted to be consistent across the board, irrespective of having those separate funds, that we're treating the general fund the same as we're treating an employee in Road and Bridge or any EMS for that matter. But we're treating anything else to comment there.
Yeah, a couple things. So the hot jobs in Road and Bridge, equipment operators and laborers are funded at 100%. And they have the tax to cover it, just as you said, Commissioner. And EMS staff got more than 50% in June already, in anticipation of this market study. So some of the EMS positions, captain, for example, is a little bit above market. They're not going to see an increase at all. So they got more than 50%, EMS did. But for some of the positions in Road and Bridge that are very similar to positions in the general fund, for example, an administrative assistant, it would be very difficult to give this administrative assistant over here a different raise than the one here in this department doing very similar work. We would have, really good people in the general fund saying, I'm going to go work in Road and Bridge because they have money. So that could get very difficult where those positions are similar for us to administer and manage. And it would seem unfair to people working in the general fund. Just because I work in the general fund, I don't get 100% raise like Road and Bridge does.
Sure, that makes sense. So conceptually, you put them into one pool in order to make sure that across the board, similar jobs are receiving similar pay across the organization, regardless of the, boy, I didn't say irregardless. I hate that. That's not that long word. And no, I never said it. It almost got me. Yeah, regardless of the source of the funding for their pay, everybody's treated the same across the organization to the extent possible.
Yeah, I mean, what you're pointing out is just this fundamental reality that labor supply doesn't respond to those kinds of facts, right? Like people want to work where the money is good. And so I think that's the right approach.
And Caroline, I know that you're very new to this conversation. Do you have anything to add to our conversation?
I think that as
Caroline,
long as,
come over here.
oh, yeah. I think as long as that we're being cognizant of the fact that we're keeping in mind which positions are more difficult to attract and retain, I think that we're doing it strategically. Just as Maria said, that we don't just because of the, what did you call it?
Funding source, different funding source.
Learning the language. Just because that administrative assistance and that funding source doesn't necessarily mean that it's appropriate to give that person that same equivalent raise as everyone else. It's more difficult to fill. So I'm supportive of the tactic and the strategy we're using because I think it's what's needed to get the change that we're looking for.
Okay, thanks. George, Randy, any other questions or thoughts before we consider this?
Nothing brilliant.
Okay. Want to make a motion?
Move we approve resolution 2255, a resolution to adopt a compensation plan for all county employees, including those of elected officials, and to rescind resolution 20-119 with just a little bit of commentary on the title of that resolution. We're not changing the salaries of any elected officials, which are set in statute.
You'll get a raise in November, should you prevail.
If I'm lucky, yeah.
Yeah. Randy?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thanks so much. Obviously, a lot of work went into this and a lot of complex trade-offs. So appreciate the thoughtful approach.
Yeah, also the thoughtful approach of laying it all out in full at this meeting prior to the vote. I mean, most of the stuff you talked about are things we've talked about previously along the way, but it's good to present this summary here today.
I just want to say a big thank you to Maria. It's a big task to take on.
Yeah.
And reviewing all those job descriptions and all that pay. And so big thank you there. And I just want to say thank you to the three of you. This was not an easy decision. I recognize that. But on behalf of all the employees, thank you. Thank you very much. And we'll be passing that message along internally as well. So.
So I guess I do have one question. This going to be, the budget we'll talk about, the 3% will be in there. What do you think is the appropriate frequency to revisit this annually?
The compensation plan? Yeah, every 2 years.
Yeah.
I mean, I would suggest that the labor market's moving really fast right now, and we might want to take a look at this next year.
I think as part of the budgeting process, we should at least give it a cursory overview and just get, look at the skim the tops of the data at least and see where we're at. I don't know if we need to go to the depth that you've gone to every year. Maybe we do.
Right. So Maria went through every one of those jobs in those individual bands, right? And so another approach is to hand pick a benchmark selection, a position out of those bands, just go market that one. Because we're saying all these positions are similar enough in experience, et cetera, that if this one's moving, we're going to move it all. So that's a less of an effort than going through every single job description and all to make sure we got all these comparables that this effort was. So
Whatever methodology is, I think yearly for right now would be good for a little while. For sure.
I would like to add one other comment. Every time we have turnover, HR is looking at that position and reevaluating the range to make sure it's appropriately set.
Right.
And if it adjusts, then you need to look at the existing employees who are doing the same function and potentially make changes there as well.
Yes. It's a living, breathing pay plan. And hopefully we don't have as much turnover. Hopefully the labor market loosens up a little bit, but yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So we're actually a little bit ahead.
Yep.
Well, then I'll take a second just to say that it's by far the most thorough approach I've seen to this, and thank you.
Yeah.
you approved this on consent list.
We talked about it though.
Oh, I'm sure you did.
Yeah. Okay, we'll take another little break till 9:45 and we'll come back from opioid council conversation.
Know that too.
So yesterday, up on beer stack yesterday morning, really early, I saw 3 or 4 sets of,
Thank you.
a few sets of headlamps out the mountain, up the mountain out ahead of me. And I passed about 4
Our next action session. Consideration approval of resolution 2259, resolution appointing members to the opioid council for Region 10, also known as the Gateway to the Rockies Opioid Council. Peter, it's got your name on it.
Yes, I'm just waiting to see you all on camera. This is a resolution, as you indicated, to appoint the members to the GROC. The GROC is the Gateway to the Rockies Opioid Council, also known as the Region 10 Council. And George is familiar with this as well. George has been serving as the unofficial liaison right now with the OBO Council. I do not believe we ever formally appointed him. So this resolution would appoint him as a county representative. And then we have a list of other representatives as well. There are two names where we did leave those particular items blank, but we now have information to fill that in. One of them is for the alternate law enforcement representative, and the name that we would like to add to the resolution is Stephen Potts. He is a deputy district attorney for the 5th Judicial Circuit. Looking at the resolution, I'm looking to see what the other blank is, because that one. And George, do you have any additional information on who the potential name would be for that other open position? Oh, that's basically comes down to Sean and Randy as the county representative as the alternate. I thought that there was discussion, but no conclusion as to who would be recommended to serve as the alternate county representative between Randy and Sean.
That's correct. I mentioned this in commissioner update last week, just to give you a heads up.
Oh, yeah. I
And-
don't think we ever talked about it.
I mean, I don't anticipate missing any of these meetings.
Where are the meetings
Especially
held?
the meetings are, sometimes they're online, or else they're usually in the Taj Mahal in Jefferson County.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to do that just because I'm closer, if you're
Okay.
cool with that.
I'm all right with that.
Yeah, I think you both are, would do well. So sounds like Sean will be the alternate. And then just one clarification, Peter. We named ourselves the Gateway to the Rockies Opioid Council because that's what we think sort of unifies Clear Creek County, Gilpin County, and Jefferson County. And because we are nerdy enough to think we're cool, we prefer to refer to it as the G-Rock.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
Not just a grok.
It's not the Grok.
I don't mind Grok.
Yeah.
It's not the
Grok
rock.
sounds better.
It is the G-Rock.
G-Rock sounds
Okay,
better.
well,
Sean,
I
we'll
understand
get you
that.
Sure.
Nice.
So if we could have a motion, but if you could note in the motion that the county attorney has the authority to insert the additional names and make any other changes necessary so that the resolution reflects the intent of the board. If you just want to adopt what I said, you can.
Yep, got it. Receive motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Alrighty, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
You vote ready?
Aye. Sorry, too.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear. Okay. That is unanimous. Motion passes.
Sorry, I'm jumping ahead on the agenda. Looking at the time.
Is there any reason we can't get started on the consent agenda? Yeah, and I think, I know Peter and Ryan, you've mentioned maybe transitioning from putting hard times on all these different things to being able to do them sequentially and be a little bit more efficient. I would welcome that conversation because I think that would be an improvement in how we do business. I think there's some like CDOT meetings where we're going to need a hard date, but a lot of the other stuff, I don't think we do. So maybe we can take that up at some point after the budget season.
I mean, I think that fits into a broader conversation that we need to have about just how the board operates.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so we'll move into our 10 a.m. consent agenda a little bit early. Are there any items here, anyone that we're not ready to consider or that anyone wishes to be discussed independently?
Yeah, I think you need to have a conversation about number 3, in terms of who you're appointing.
Right.
Yeah. Do we want to pull that one out?
Yep.
Yeah, it might be easier just to pull that and approve the rest of it.
Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. So read the consent agenda. Item number 1, consideration approval of the warrant register. Number 2, consideration approval of resolution 2256, resolution to appoint members to the Clear Creek County Board of Adjustment. Number 3, we will take up separately after this. Number 4, consideration approval of resolution 2258, resolution to appoint members to the Clear Creek County Open Space Commission. Number 5, consideration approval of July 25th, 2022 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes.
Move we approve the consent agenda.
The consent agenda is presented minus number 3. Right.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. We'll take up item number 3, consideration approval of resolution 2257, resolution to appoint members to the project. Sorry, I heard the wrong one.
No,
Oh,
that's
right,
right.
that's this project support board of directors and the Free TAC board of directors. So Beth, maybe you can give us a quick rundown of
Yep.
who's we're talking about.
Yes, so for project support, you all interviewed Steve Andreas and you, I think, looked upon him favorably. So we put him in the resolution as our county representative to the project support board of directors. Then for the Free TAC board of directors, we had 2 applicants, Don Kugel and Dr. Tim Ryan, and you did interview both of them. You obviously know Tim. Don is he like a lieutenant or a sergeant of the Clear Creek Fire Authority? So he, is in the same public safety industry. So that's kind of where we're at. We just need to decide. We only have the 1 vacancy on the Free TAC board of directors. So we just need to know who you all would like to appoint to fill that vacancy.
Yeah, so I've given this a lot of thought, and usually we have a hard time getting enough qualified people to apply for these volunteer positions. This is a situation where either one of them, in my opinion, would be a very solid appointment. And when I think about the scope of what Free TAC does, the Regional Trauma Advisory Council, prevention is part of it, but it's not the majority of it. It's only one component. And like at the state level, there is a injury prevention committee, but there's 6 or 7 other committees, mostly related to pre-hospital care, emergency care. And so I think that makes Mr. Kugel probably a better fit because his background matches much more of what the domain of the RETAC is. I also welcome working a little more closely with the fire authority, and I appreciate this is the first fire authority member who's applied for a free tax seat in the entire time that we've been involved, or that I've been in office. So I think that would be probably a better fit for serving our citizens. And I did talk to some of the folks, and it sounded like they were comfortable with either choice. Is that fair to say, Brian?
Yes.
Well, it felt like a pretty similar, I hate to call it a 50-50 because there are differences between the applicants. But we have 2 people that can do well on that board. I think I was leaning towards Tim Ryan a little bit because the public health role and the need to focus on prevention. But I trust your judgment on this. You know the RETAC and what their work better than I do, and the pros of having the fire authority involved are certainly worth considering. So I don't know if I'm saying I have an opinion. I think I'm ready to be persuaded. Randy, what do you think?
I think in terms of quality people, I think in resumes, I think I was there are different resumes But I agree with the 50-50 approach to the way of the resumes, but with specificity to this job. It's, I was really trying to work at thinking, I tried to think about that preventive side of it, but it's kind of like the people that put out the fires, the people that do whatever, the people that do that stuff, it's a reaction. It's a board that is mostly dealing with reaction to what is happening, what's actually happening on the ground, as opposed to what you can make it in the future. And there are other people working on that. So I think I'd go with Kugel. Also trust Sean's judgment as well.
I'm happy with that. And then I just want to mention the other applicants are all very well qualified for the other positions, the ones that we appointed in consent and Steve interviews. Grateful to them.
Okay, perfect. Someone ready to make a motion?
Sure, I move that we approve the appointment as described just now with Mr. Kugel as the Free Tech Board of Directors and Steve as the project support.
Second.
We have a motion and second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Dr. Ryan, if you're watching, thank you so much for your interest. And I sincerely hope that you are the person who applies when the next seat opens up, which I hope doesn't happen anytime soon. Okay, 10:05. Consideration of review of the Community Wildfire Defense Grant Opportunity Funding Allocations, Redirection, and Letter of Support.
Aye.
So Beth provided two documents for you. One kind of explaining what I'm looking to do and one a letter of support. So as you know, for quite a few years, we've been talking about the need to update our community wildfire protection plan, our countywide plan. It is dated 2008 and 2008, yes. And so a new grant has come up from the U.S. Forest Service, implemented by the state here, essentially for that. It is a grant, a new grant that has two different parts. You can apply for a planning piece of it or a implementation piece of it, or both. The planning piece is to update the community wildfire protection plans. That grant is up to $250,000. It's a 5-year grant, and it requires a 10% match that can be cash or in kind. So what I wanted to come to talk with you today about is we had an initial meeting to talk about this grant, how we want to approach it, and came up with the idea of using our existing county wildfire mitigation grant funding, which is $50,000 annually, taking up to half of that, $25,000, using it as the match in order to get up to $250,000 to update our community wildfire protection plan. So that's what I want to talk to you about. And I did want to introduce you to Melissa Lewis, our new hire with emergency management. She is our emergency management coordinator, been on board 5 weeks or so, just doing an amazing job trying to get up to speed on all the stuff that we have. Melissa is essentially leading our coordination efforts to put this application together with Rebecca Abrahamson as our grant coordinator. So that is a general background of what we're talking about. The reason I was thinking of using our existing, some of our existing county grant funds is one, it doesn't require additional funding, finding additional funding somewhere in the county to do this. Plus, if we can update our community wildfire protection plan, it will help us in the next piece of this in applying for mitigation funds to benefit more of the county than we can right now with our $50,000 grant. That was the thought. If there's $25,000 somewhere else, I'm happy to take that, but I'm thinking of this as kind of a strategic move. So we take that 25 up to $25,000. Now, update our plan, because until we update that CWPP, our countywide plan, we cannot apply for up to 10 million in wildfire mitigation funds. So we have to do the plan first. And so that is where we're at. So I didn't know if there's anything else you might want to add, Melissa, or any questions or any other thoughts that you all might have on this approach.
I have a couple of questions. The $10 million grant, is that a 10% match as well?
That is a 25% match, 25% match. But again, it's cash or in kind. So in kind meaning if we have any sort of cash contribution, voluntary people, their time, there is a certain hourly rate that we have to keep track of their time and what they did, but that counts towards it. If there is, equipment donated, or if there is other contributions towards this 25% match, then we can kind of take that into account. So it doesn't necessarily need to be 25% of 10 million, and it doesn't have to be 10 million. It's up to 10 million that we can apply for. Which is what Evergreen Fire Rescue is working on now. So we're working hand in hand with them to find out kind of where they are in their process and how things are working. So that's what we're looking at. I mean, if I can look for opportunities to get in-kind match, that's what I want to do. But I also want to be prepared that if we don't have that or can't find that, that we have $25,000 if we want to pursue the full 250,000. So the 250,000, I keep saying 250. It might not be exactly that, but that's the max we can ask for planning. So that's what I'm going with right now. It's a 5-year grant, so that will essentially allow us, in whatever time we can do it, to update our community wildfire protection plan, which, as you know, takes a lot of public involvement, public meetings, reviewing of documents, getting input, looking at what we want to put in that plan. So there's a lot of that, which we are developing our approach for our application right now. And the thought is we can go a number of different ways, but in order to manage this large project, I see it as we need to hire a contract team to do it, and probably a project manager. Now, we could have the project manager as part of that contract team, but we were talking about if OEM is going to hold that grant and work with Clear Creek Fire Authority, of course, and our other partners, how are we going to manage that? And right now, it's a big job. I don't know that we have the capability to do it within OEM with the current resources and staff that we've got. We've got so much on our plate to do. So that's what we're looking at, is using that 250 to be able to engage the community as we need, answer those questions, write the plan, have the plan reviewed, and give our community members enough time to look through this and be comfortable with the plan that we're going to have for the next many years. So did that answer your questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. And you actually checked a couple of them off.
Okay. Oh, good.
Nice.
Yeah.
That question and a couple more, is that what you said?
Yeah.
So one thing I've heard about these plans, I think that they're critical, but I think it's not uncommon for communities to kind of not follow up on them too much, and you end up with some valuable binders that are sitting on a shelf somewhere, and no changes in what happens on the ground in the communities. And I kind of suspect that might be a little bit what happened with ours in 2008 from then until now. And I guess I'm not interested in revisiting the past, other than to say I'm concerned that that we follow through.
Mhm.
What are your comments about
Yeah,
that?
no, I hear you on that, and I agree. It's similar to our current county hazard mitigation plan, which has potential mitigation projects. And again, there are many options for funding, but a likely place would be FEMA, which requires a significant match. So those are the considerations that we have to take into account. So I'm seeing this as something that both the wildfire plan and our hazard mitigation plan, which is all natural hazards, not just wildfire, even though wildfire is our #1 risk in the county for natural, that they are incorporated into a monthly meeting that either I have, or we create something similar with their similar ideas, something similar to what Jefferson County has done. They've created their pros and cons to this. They've created another group, I can't remember exactly the name, hazard mitigation. I wish I knew the name. Hazard mitigation group for the county as a whole that looks at things like this, not just for one plan, but for multiple plans, and looking at how do we want to approach getting funding for any of these that need matches? What are our priorities? What do we want to do? So it kind of looks at all of those things. So I don't have an easy answer, but I agree with you that in part, our hazard mitigation plan, has identified a number of potential projects. In order to do those projects, we need someone or an organization such as ours, emergency management, to move that forward, or at least offer options for, here are the, 4 projects that we could probably do. They all require 10, 25, 50% match. How do we want to do it? So I would like to do that in the future. Again, trying to balance all the work that we've got with the plans that we're writing and the emergency operations center training that we're trying to get up and running, and grant management. I'm not saying I need another person right now, but I'm just saying it'll be tough to do that in the way that we need to do it effectively with the 2 staff that we've got now. But I agree, it needs to happen.
Is it Jefferson County All Hazard Mitigation Advisory Committee?
I think that's it. Thank you.
Yeah.
That sounds.
AMAC.
Yeah, and I don't think it's the right time to have a existential conversation about fire mitigation, but large parts of our county are U.S. Forest Service, where we have pretty good ability to make anything happen, much less the financial resources. But it is our responsibility to be prepared for evacuations. And kind of to draw a really quick parallel, I remember conversations we had about preparing for pandemics, and we were modeling things like having people in cars going through the different locations, like the high school, and I think maybe the Elks Club was one, to simulate what it would look like. And having gone through the pandemic, it didn't look anything like that. It looked about as opposite like that as you could imagine, and it unfolded over a period of years instead of a period of days or weeks. I'm personally very concerned about, and it's probably because I just don't know what preparations we've met, but my neighborhood, there's 3 different ways to leave. Some of our neighborhoods in Clear Creek, there's one way in and one way out. And I don't know that we've ever done any on the ground types of trainings or even tabletop organizations between all the different agencies that would be involved in pulling something like that off. And I have been part of a few evacuations in Evergreen, and they all started out very chaotic. And I don't know, I guess that's an area that I would love to hear more about in terms of what we're doing to get ahead of that one, because that is the one thing that we are certainly responsible for, and it is likely to happen sometime soon.
Yeah, I think you really bring up some good points, because that's a key area that we do need to work on. But you also noted an important point about how some of those areas of roads, they might be county roads, they might be on federal land, they might be privately owned. And so how do we work together to figure that out? I know Clear Creek Fire Authority has done some work on evacuation routes and signage. I have gotten some requests from other individuals and neighborhood groups about putting up evacuation signage. And while that is definitely one tool we can use, we've talked with Clear Creek Fire and the sheriff as a fire warden about how it might be difficult to do that if you don't know where the fire is going or coming from. But I hear what you're saying about if there are areas where there's one way in and one way out, that's something we need to work on. And right now, it's hard to do in a effective way in that we don't have like a large group to do it. We don't have a set group to do it. We're doing it in working with Clear Creek Fire, with Evergreen Fire, kind of in that way. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It's something important. How do we do it? That's what we need to work on.
Yeah, I mean, Floyd Hill is a great example, right? I mean, theoretically, you can get out Pat Creek over to other than but if you can't get out on I-70, that's a huge risk.
Mhm.
And yeah, I don't know that it would take, well, I shouldn't comment on something I don't know about, but I know it's possible to improve a road like Pat Creek to make it passable by a normal passenger car. I don't believe it is passable by a normal passenger car now. And so all it would take is a couple people trying it in their Teslas, and that would no longer be an escape route.
Mm-hmm. And the funding is one part of it. And so the implementation or the mitigation funding that this grant offers can help us do that. There are other options, FEMA, what used to be, it's now called the BRIC grant, Building Resiliency in Communities. They all require a significant match. So while it's not all cash match, there's in-kind matches that they offer. That's a significant thing that we need to figure out how we want to approach these things, because which goes to the broader conversation of how do we approach priority areas, what are priority areas, and how do we identify funding for those, because they all cost quite a bit of money. And so what I'm considering is the first step in order for us to have options for grants like this is updating our plan. And that's our first step. But I agree, there's lots of things that we need to do and figure out how to do it in a strategic way. And this is a new grant that offers an opportunity for us. So, that's what I want to go after. So I was wondering what your thoughts are on using these county funds or looking for another place for those county funds as a match.
So it sounds like you're asking about the concept of it, and I'm personally, of the three of us, I'm in support of the concept of it. In terms of, do we want to spend county money on it without knowing whether we have in-kind match sources available to us?
Mhm.
I don't think I really feel like I have an informed opinion on that,
Okay.
other than I always love to get access to state and federal money to help solve our problems here. And I do think I love leveraging our dollars, but if we can leverage our community's engagement, that's even better in some ways. Or I guess it'll probably end up being, some combination of those two. But yeah, the thing that I meant to make clear wasn't any criticism of what we're doing now, but just my own belief that we really need to focus on evacuation and community education. In my opinion, probably even more so than mitigation, just because I think that there's a lot more low hanging fruit there. And I think some of the mitigation, some areas are essentially impossible to mitigate with the situation we're facing right now.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think if we see the risk, if this is a risk management operation, and we see the primary risk is that 80% of the lands and the management thereof, we have little to no control over, then we then focusing at least to include those things we do have control over. That's what I hear you saying, which is going to be how do we react and mitigate? How do we protect the people that are here in the event that that something goes down with that 80% that we can't control? What we can control is how, plan A, plan B, plan C for evacuation. Seems like should certainly be a piece of this. And I think that's what I'm hearing Sean say, and I agree with that.
I think there's a public education element of it too. That is probably has some low-hanging fruit. And I remember that fire that happened. It happened kind of near Morrison, to the west of Morrison, from a controlled burn. It was a while ago. It was maybe like 10 years ago, but there were fatalities, and they felt fatalities happened when people thought they could protect their own homes, or they wanted to gather items from their homes, and the fire overtook them, and they perished. We have a lot of people spread out in remote areas and things that aren't far away. And I think what I would love to see is everyone have the opportunity in advance to know how to get out of their homes and how to do it, and the right communications in place. And if they choose to not take that good advice and implement their own plan, we would have done everything that we could.
Okay.
I think I have a lot to respond to here. I agree with the strategy to find $25,000 that without increasing our expenditures. The thing that makes me particularly comfortable with that, with reducing our local grant program in half, is the fact that the state has stood up a very similar program that reimburses private property owners for 50% of their costs for their own mitigation efforts. I think that bill even includes an in-kind match of the labor of the property owner. And that was something we brought up during the session because, not everybody has the cash, but some people have some time and can actually profit a little bit from it, right, by doing the work. So that helps me. One of the things that I think we should think about with that grant program is whether we want to run that grant program at half the funding. I don't know if that cuts the staff involvement in half, cutting the funding in half, or if it keeps staff involvement at 100%. Those are some of the things I think I'd like to understand, especially because if the state has the same program, this might be a good time to pivot towards trying to help communities apply for these programs that are out there, rather than funding them ourselves. So that's something I'm just curious about in the long run, not a decision we need to make today.
I like that actually, because when we were funding with our grant program, which I think Tom Hayden had a hand in creating, there was a long time when Clear Creek was providing funds and Jefferson County wasn't. And it seems like everyone has caught up to us. And I don't know that it's a good use of our funds anymore, since there are other funds, and facilitating that, I think, is probably a better use of our energy.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I think we should look at. And as far as talking about emergency egress, I completely agree. I think that that's not part of the standard definition of a CWPIP. And I would really love to see us figure out how to fund an egress addendum to that plan. It seems to me like it would cost us less to do that while we're already convening the communities and the experts. And I think that's a worthwhile investment. Well, I say that without knowing what it would cost, but so I think it's worth looking into.
Are you thinking, for this grant, I'm just trying to figure out between planning and implementation. So are you saying, okay, so I agree with the planning for emergency egress. Are you talking about planning for it for this grant, or doing it? Because something that's not eligible under this planning grant or under the I have to see if it's under the implementation grant, is capital improvements such as bridges, road construction, water development. So road construction isn't covered. However, what about, so these are nuances that I need to talk with our state point of contact to ask about. What about if we're not constructing a road, but just, widening or improving, but not constructing new? Like, these are the little questions that I'm just wondering, in what are we talking planning? Are we talking about implementation? I mean, if we had an ideal, I would say both, but
Yeah,
for the purposes of what we can do right now.
I think it's the former for,
Okay.
for
Yeah,
planning.
the plan, $250,000 isn't going to build a road anyway.
Mhm.
So that's what the point is. This grant, if you get it, doesn't contain enough money to do any
Right.
significant building of fire egress. But we need to plan to build fire egress so that when we build something, we've actually planned it. So having this be part of planning, I think, is critical. Identifying those avenues, which what can come out of this is perhaps identifying some of those places. And then maybe part of it can be, is an education. There's information that will come out of this that can be used for education. To call public education implementation is, I don't think we need to cross that bridge that we can't build anyway, but the information that comes out of the planning will inform the public once, and there's nothing against broadcasting the information once you have it.
Mhm.
You're going to learn some important stuff that will be good for the public to know. And certainly there would be no cost, there would be little cost to getting that out to the public. So we wouldn't even need to use those grant funds for that.
Yeah, I mean, that's our most central role, is the planning. I mean, there's a lot of grants out there that other partners we want to have can be eligible for, but we have to have these plans in place first, right? The brick grant is a great
Right.
example.
Right.
So yeah, the other thing, as I understand it, what you're asking for is authority to spend up to 25K out of that fund for a match. I think I've also heard you say that, there are in-kind sources, and we may even have community partners, philanthropists out there that want to help.
Mhm.
And so what I think we would be doing today is authorizing you to spend that money with the hope that you don't actually have to.
That is the hope.
Mhm.
Yes, if the more in kind we can find, the better. But I want to be able to ask, can I use that 25K for the county grant for this match if we need it, up to 25K if we needed it?
Mr. Chair, just one small piece of nuance. So the sheriff has the authority to approve that on his own. So she's really asking, are you guys okay with the fact we're going to deplete this fund by 50%, right? So that's really what Suzanne is asking is, are we okay with the fact we're going to use this fund for something else? So we budgeted for X and now we're going to spend it on Y. Want to make sure you guys are okay with that, is what she's asking.
Got it.
That's
Yeah.
right, Brian.
And yet some of my comments, I should have given more context. You don't come in front of us very often. I think it's the first time we've been sitting face to face in a public meeting since before the pandemic. So I've had a lot of things I've been thinking about, and this was kind of my chance to say a
Okay, I
few of them
understand
to you.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't a qualifying argument as to whether or not we should do this. It was just and while I've got your attention.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm taking notes on all this, so.
Yeah, I'm fine with redirecting the funds potentially. And like I said before, to George's point, even maybe doing that on a more permanent basis at some point in the future.
I have one more question. There was a mention of a project manager. Is that going to be funded through the grant? I'm sorry, I said that already.
Everything would be funded by this grant. Yes, there wouldn't be.
Contractual, probably.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Because I have not, while our initial meeting to talk about this and the agreement was, the sheriff, the Fire Authority, Emergency Management agreed with the approach of using this 25K for this purpose. I did not yet talk with the sheriff about hiring someone in the project management as a government employee. So I would assume it would be under a contract versus a government employee. But that is definitely open to whatever the best use of that funding is. But yes, it would be covered under that 250.
I think this would be a good time to just sort of remind the board and everybody, this is probably on your mind anyway. A lot of what we've been talking about, elements of it were in a ballot measure that we considered and ultimately decided this wasn't the year for. The real sticky widget, the really hard piece of that proposal was how to address slash collection, which is, planning and slash management are probably the core functions of county government as it relates to fire. If we can figure out how to meet the ambition to scope out what a slash program looks like, what it costs, how our facilities can handle it. I think as just one member of this board, I think we really need that information if we're gonna plot a future that we can be proud of on fire mitigation.
I think it sounds like an essential piece of planning for fire mitigation, risk reduction is how can we make it as, so anyway, one more thing on the list to think about.
Yeah, and I mean,
In the plan.
sorry, whether that means that the other 25K in this grant is what we need to look at, whether we need to look at our ARPA money. There's a standing $150,000 line item in ARPA for that. Also a lot of other good ideas and needs. But I just want to ask us to think, while we're going to be investing in planning and hiring consultants, I think there's a lot of fixed costs that we can spread out over a more ambitious approach to what our role is in wildfire mitigation in Clear Creek County.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a different topic that I support. The use of this $25,000 to turn into $250,000 to do some reasonable planning for how to spend those other dollars, is going to be, it's a chance to get $225,000 basically.
And one question I have that I think is a little bit related. We're in a somewhat unique situation, maybe not, that there's two different fire districts that are or authority in a district that are within Clear Creek County. I know that Evergreen Fire Protection District has been pretty focused on the Evergreen Clear Creek neighborhoods. And my understanding is that some of their plans may be a little more up to date than some of the plans in other places in Clear Creek County.
Yes, that is correct.
So will these efforts be focused on the rest of the county, not so much the Evergreen part?
That's a good question. It will be focused on the whole county. Within the grant, it talks about areas with extreme and high risk. So while our community wildfire protection plan will be countywide, we're going to look at those places that are high and extreme and focus on those perhaps focus on those in the implementation part, but the plan itself is countywide. So, until we get in and start meeting with groups, because it requires that engagement and input by the community groups and neighborhood associations, the public. Like, it's not something that I can go in a room and write. I could, but that's not the approach we're going to take. That's not helpful to anybody. So, excuse me. So, I really want to make sure that we are looking countywide in this CWPP update.
But we can obviously leverage some of the work that's already been done if some neighborhoods are a little further along than others.
Absolutely.
Okay. Do we need a motion on this one, or what exactly is needed, Peter?
She's attached a letter right now.
Yeah,
That letter, it's really approving the letter.
Mhm. Do we need a motion for that, or can you just
I
basically?
think it would benefit us to have a motion to approve the letter.
I move we approve the letter of support for the grant opportunity, the community wildfire defense grant opportunity.
Second.
I have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you so much. And I also share George's interest in figuring out ways of removing obstacles when it comes to slash. And I think the homeowners are going to be doing the vast majority of the heavy lifting. And what I saw happen in my neighborhood is Evergreen Fire Protection District brought a truck around and just took the piles and hauled them away. And I don't see why we couldn't start doing that very soon, because I don't think that really would be that expensive.
we did talk with, I know that Clear Creek Fire Authority in some of our wildfire coordination meetings have talked about that as a potential, but with, looking at the cost. So I am encouraged by hearing your thoughts about potentially using the other half of that county grant, that 25K for, immediate needs in the community with the slash program. So that could be a very good option. I like that a lot.
Well, thank you so much and welcome.
Thank you.
guys.
All right, so we're just a few minutes behind. To start our next one, action session to discuss innovative housing planning grant updates. Amy. I know, first I was getting cold like about 10 minutes ago.
Let's see.
It was a cool.
Good morning, commissioners. I am here today to speak to you about a IGA that is between the county and the city of Idaho Springs. This IGA is to govern a grant that the city and county partnered in to apply to the state for an innovative housing opportunity grant that we successfully received. The memo describes, reminds you of what that grant covers. This IGA is to just outline our partnership in managing the grant itself and how we will approach the match that we are sharing equally, how we will make decisions regarding selecting contractors for the grant, how we will share project management and other administrative tasks. The city of Idaho Springs presented this IGA to their council last night and it was approved unanimously. Happy to answer any questions.
I will start. My question is, well, first off, I support this. Thank you. It's going to be a great next step in our efforts to address the cost of housing here. What I want to dig into is the involvement of the other three municipalities. I was a little surprised to see them not signing on to the IGA. And I don't mean to imply that they chose not to. I guess my question is, my encouragement is that they be included as early as possible, including having a look at the RFP. I think given the nature of what we're doing, we definitely want the reality to be that they're proactive about a desire to also look at their codes and participate here. And that we're not bringing to them suggestions about their codes, which is why I think it's really important for them to have eyes on that RFP before it's published. And so that's my sort of comment. And my question is putting a question mark on the end of that statement. What are our plans there?
Well, we do intend to involve the towns as members of, as I think they would have to be informal members of the selection committee. They aren't actually going to be higher, they aren't going to be paying the contractor. So I don't think that they could be official members of the selection committee, but I'm not exactly sure how that would work, but we do intend to involve them. And just as a reminder, they all did provide support letters for this grant application. So we're completely aware of the project design that included this idea to do a collective review of zoning codes, and all understood that, they would be at the table and that the purpose of this grant was not to try to, wrestle all of our zoning codes into one, put a square peg in a round hole or anything. That the zoning codes would be reviewed from a couple perspectives. One is how we could make all our zoning codes more friendly to affordable housing, and also to give each entity an opportunity to identify, you know, what individual goals each entity may have for affordable housing, and get some expert perspective on how those individual, how well the codes reflected those individual goals, and what changes could be made to do both things simultaneously. And hopefully, you know, figure out how to make alignments collectively. And so one of the reasons that we wanted to focus this on the operations of the sort of launching the project was that to go further and sort of laying out what the project was actually going to entail without having a consultant on board seemed a little cart before the horse. We also didn't want to imply that there was any part of being involved in this IGA that was committing the towns to the MJHA before they had a chance to participate in understanding and designing what that was going to entail.
Does that, and so your concern was about perception, because I don't, and I'm not trying to push back on you, but we're not agreeing to participate in the multi-jurisdictional
No.
housing authority through this IGA, correct?
We are not.
I'm still wondering if there isn't value to having, and what I'm hearing George say is, why are the other communities not partners rather than other people sitting on the outside of Idaho Springs? Because the perception is important there too, and it doesn't mean you've entered into a housing authority. It means you've put together a grant of all the potential partners of a housing authority, or at least the jurisdictional ones. And in order to plan a part of the outcome of which would be, you know, it would
Yeah.
inform that IGA. So to make them, you know, to say that we'll collaborate and allow them to be there, but they aren't decision makers because they weren't part of it. Why can't they be part of it? Why can't they be partners to the grant? Is the grant limited to having only these two people, the grant application, these two entities?
Well, the grant application was limited to these two entities. I mean, we did not all partner on the grant application.
Yeah.
The other entities did participate by writing letters of support, and the purpose of this grant is, or this IGA is limited to the way we are going to conduct ourselves as business partners, you know, as entities who are partners specifically with our relationship to the grantor, and specifically the role of Idaho Springs as the fiscal sponsor of the grant, and, you know, and the fact that we are sharing the match equally to make sure that that is clearly defined, what that means, and how we can then explicitly talk about what is our responsibility and obligation as the shared grantees, even though Idaho Springs is the fiscal sponsor. So it's limited to that specific aspect of the relationship as grantor and grantee. And because the Idaho Springs is fiscal sponsor and our role as grantee, you know, the money's not coming to us. We're not going to actually be directly signing a contract with a consultant. We want to make sure that our authorities, you know, are clear, you know, that we have decision-making authority. What exactly is our decision-making authority? We are putting up half the money for the match, so we wanted to just make sure we had an IGA that explicitly outlined what our role is in exchange for our grant match, you know. And then the project, once we have identified a consultant and start laying out what the project looks like, we may well enter into some sort of arrangement or something on paper to outline the project. There'll likely be a steering committee or something that includes all the entities, that talks about how we organize the project and plan all this out. But to start to define and lay out what the project relationships are going to be and put all that on paper now before we have a consultant on board seemed a little cart before the horse.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, first off, I'm not commenting on whether I support this agreement or not. I think we should pass this agreement today so that this project can continue to move forward. I think the horse in this case is definitely our partners. And if you were, and so I think our next step definitely needs to be to establish our intent that our partners are full partners, all four of them. And that they have, I mean, I don't think they need authority over the grant process in terms of, managing the consultant, for example. But I think aside from those sort of little small nuances, I think our next step is to make it very clear that those folks are full partners. And I think that is executed by making sure they have eyes on the construction of the RFP. And the reason I'm saying that again is because I think I hear you saying that you want to bring them in once the consultant's on board. And I think I want to bring them in earlier than that.
Right.
Well, I agree. I'm not saying don't want to bring them until the consultant's on board. I'm saying until the consultant's on board, I wouldn't want to start trying to design the project. And to put a document together that includes everybody means to do some bit of project design. Like that means we would have to say, this is how we're going to organize our project. This is, we would have to do a little bit of project planning. But no, I think we do need to bring everybody in.
Yeah, and I know like
include them in the selection and enough so that we can create an RFP.
exactly, because the RFP is going to have a scope
Yeah.
of work in it, right? And so that's where you design the project, I think.
Right.
I think there's an element you can say to bring all those other people in would be to begin to decide that they should all be there. And that's an element of design in itself. Well, I would argue back that to do exactly what you're doing is a method of design too, by saying, here's where the voices and the power lie at this point in time. I'm going in support of this too, but I just am in agreement with, and there's two reasons that this comes to mind. If I think about what the other communities, besides those that are involved, the two that are involved here, the county and Idaho Springs, what they bring to the table in terms of housing and value of housing. And I think about, if I just scan in my mind around those towns and think about development opportunities, you can make an argument that the two smaller towns, or at least one of them, you can look around and find opportunity in any of those places. There's another part of this, which is something I haven't completely bought into. Yes, I've been through transit-oriented design, learned about it. I understand multi-use communities. I understand density. I know keep smart growth and keeping things together. At the same time, you have what you have in the community that you've got. And so you can argue, for example, that we should focus on Empire, Georgetown, and Silver Plume and Idaho Springs to the exclusion of the unincorporated county, when in fact, and not do development in other places like Dumont DLD area as an example, not think about those as places to have mixed use because all the things they need aren't there. Well, all the things that people in Georgetown, Silver Plume, and Empire need aren't there too. And so they end up driving past Dumont all the way down as an example to Idaho Springs or Evergreen to get the things they do need. So for us to think realistically about what sprawl really looks like and think more creatively, because we have so few opportunities in this county. So I think a good starting point is to make sure that at the table, while we are starting to design that, at the table should be those people that have the greatest opportunities to provide more development, that provide additional development opportunities in the county. So for me, having them in the conversation sooner rather than later is advisable also.
Mr. Chair, I don't think it would be a problem to include them on a selection committee.
Not at all.
They can review what comes in. They can sit on the selection committee itself that reviews and interviews. Although we're one party, we need to get Idaho Springs buy off on that,
Sure.
obviously. But I don't think there would be a problem with them involved in that actual RFP process.
And to be voting members.
Sure, if that's what if we in Idaho Springs believe that's the best course, then yeah, I think we can make that happen.
That's a position that I hold.
Yeah.
So
I had heard somewhere along the lines that that there was some distinction between who could actually be voting members and who could not be voting members on selection.
I think as long as we're agreeing who sits on that committee, it's going to be fine.
Okay.
if the parties that are signing it are both willing to sign it.
That was the only reason I had mentioned that, because I had heard something that I think, Peter, you had said something about that from another selection committee process that certain, if parties were not actually, I don't know what, I can't recall what the distinction was, but that if they, that not everybody could be voting members on a selection committee for making a determination about who was going to receive public funds. But, you know, but that was the only reason I even had any, was even making any distinctions out of that because of any sort of value or, you know, interest in their inclusion.
So this doesn't require a motion today or anything. It's just more of an update with staff direction to
It's
kind
an
of.
action item. We're requesting your approval of the IGA.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, and I appreciate the comment about including the other towns. Because I do think it would be a shame for them not to participate, but you know, they're their own autonomous governments and they can choose to do what they think is in
That's
their
true
own,
also.
is within their own best interest. But with that said, you got to start somewhere, right? And partnering with Idaho Springs is a step forward. And I think it will get the attention of the other communities. And my hope is that they decide they want to join in as well. And I think inviting them to participate in the process, I think is a good gesture for them to realize that we do want them involved and that there's a place for them.
I think, Amy, you've already been in contact with Georgetown.
Yeah,
correct?
Georgetown
You've had
has expressed
Yeah.
interest in participating financially and otherwise, so.
So it's not like they haven't already been just talked with, right? So they,
Mhm.
yeah, they've been part of these discussions.
And we've had conversations with Empire as well, just to make sure they were, you know, aware of this. Obviously, we had conversations when we went and got support letters from them. And we had an additional conversation with Empire about this and also just to talk about the connection for Empire with the DLD grant, Henderson grant. That's studying infrastructure in the area, so.
Okay, thank you. I'm good with this based on that comment. Or all of the conversation.
I think we're ready for a motion.
Well, the reason I asked the question was I looked at the description on this, it says action session to discuss innovative housing plant granting update. I think what it needed to say was that we're,
For IGA,
that we're approving an IGA, and it doesn't actually say that in the agenda. That's why I was asking the question. Staff recommends the approval of the attached IGA, and that's part of the package, so I guess I'm okay with that. And I do move therefore that we approve the IGA between the City of Idaho Springs and Clear Creek County for the administration of the 2022 Innovative Housing Opportunity Grant.
I second that with gratitude to Idaho Springs for being a leader in this space.
Same.
We have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
And also to Amy for working with them and the work she's putting into put this together.
Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you, Amy. You're right.
Commissioners,
Just invisible sitting over there.
I'm under a blanket.
Okay. So that concludes that agenda item. Our next one is an executive session at 11, and I don't see any reason why we can't get started a little bit early. So I move, actually, do you guys need a quick break before we do that?
That wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, all right, we'll take a little break before we move into executive.
You're unmuted
Mic's on?
now.
Probably here.
He's got to read into the executive session.
Right.
She's still in here.
Randy, you don't need to be signed in. We're gonna be here.
Okay. Sometimes it's easier that way.
They got a plan this time.
We'll see.
With the smart board. So are the mics live? Should
Yep.
Peter be able, Peter, if you can hear us, we need to do a motion to move into executive session here in the public meeting.
Yeah, sorry, I just had my computer off that way.
Okay, perfect. So the board will now move into executive session to discuss the following matters.
For the purposes of, and, oh, sorry, my agenda closed. For the purposes of pursuant to CRS 246424A for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real property, real, personal, or other property interest in 6 mobile home parks currently for sale in Clear Creek County. I will send out the link. I sent out the link earlier this morning, but I need to forward it to 2 other attendees.
I'm gonna second that. I have a question. I'm looking at the agenda and it looks like the language that was published in the agenda, there's not language published in the agenda related to this executive session.
I edited yesterday.
Yes, there
This is the new one.
Oh, it was, okay, I'm looking at an old version of the agenda. Never mind. I second.
We have a motion in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion is approved. The board will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. We will be back around 11:30 for our next agenda item.
Mike's.
All right, we have returned from our executive session. Apologies, it took a little bit longer, a lot bit longer, actually. But we did not make any decisions. No written minutes were kept. We're back in our regular session. And we will take up the 11:30 item, discussion and possible action regarding specific use of the American Rescue Plan Act funding. Brian, you mentioned you have a 5-minute readout maybe, and
Yeah.
open it up.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Sean. As he said, this is a discussion of potential action on some staff recommendations related to the use of the American Rescue Plan Act funds. We've had several meetings where we've discussed this funding, and several meetings, some of your regular meetings, including one retreat. Just as a friendly reminder, for those who might be watching, we were awarded $1,884,000 in ARPA funds, and we have received all that money now. It must be encumbered by the end of 24, must be fully spent by the end of calendar year 26. Part of that legislation did allow local governments to calculate the total amount of revenue that we were projecting to lose over a 4-year fiscal period beginning in FY 2020. We did that working with an outside accounting firm and developed a number over $4 million, which is well over our ARPA allocation, which means that money is available for any general governmental purpose. So we can use that for any of our expenses here at the county. So again, we've had several discussions about this. We've reviewed several lists. We've culled down those lists. To date, the board has approved the use of $369,000 of those funds.
Of the 1.8.
Of the 1.8.
Could you remind us real quick what those were?
Sure can. 50,000 for the IHOP grant that we just provided an update on, and you approved the IGA for that.
Mhm.
A roundabout transit bus, I believe the number in the beginning was 65, maybe even
Yeah.
closer to 80. Ended up being $43,000 that we paid that use of ARPA from that. We have funded a grant administrator at $55,000, who has probably already recouped that in grants. The DLD sub-area plan grant match with Henderson of $21,250. And up to $200,000 for the Georgetown Idaho Springs Fiber Loop grant
Okay,
matches.
that's right.
So that's what you've approved to date. So that leaves a little over 1.5 million in ARPA funds remaining. We last discussed this at your June 21 meeting where we walked through an attached list. It's the same attached list to this agenda item. And the part of the direction to me was to return to your leadership team, and rank the most recent list of projects that you gave us. And we did that. The team first developed a new set of criteria to help them rank the projects. Does the item improve county services? Does the item facilitate additional revenue for the county? Is the county already obligated to complete the item to incur the expense?
So budget relieving.
Yes. Are grant funds available? So with that set of criteria in mind, the leadership team did rank the most recent list that had 13 different items on it. And there were 4 in general that kind of came to the top. There was kind of a dividing line in terms of how the team ranked that. So we're bringing forward today four items and then and then a 5th. While it didn't rank high on the priority list of the leadership team, it meets is the county already obligated to complete this item? Will it improve county services? We made a decision to include it on the list. And the 5th one is actually repairs in the jail. We've already gotten an estimate of over $200,000 to replace every toilet in the jail. I know the sheriff right now is working on a new estimate for that.
So it could be more or less.
It could be more, it could be less. We could decide to spend half that on half of the repairs that are needed. It just,
Yeah, I got it.
right? So the item that did come out on top with respect to the ranking was a telephone system replacement. Our telephone system is on it's being held together by duct tape. At this point, we can't get parts for it. It's no longer supported by a vendor. It has to be replaced. That's a cost of $98,000. I think there's probably an ongoing cost to that as well, but that's just the cost of implementation of the first round of costs, which we then incorporate the rest into the budget.
And this is going to be a hosted solution, I take it.
Zoom phones.
Okay.
So you can get the phone call anywhere, and you don't necessarily. For instance, I chose not to get not get a handset. You don't even need a handset.
Yeah, they could route it to any device.
Yeah, so we're saving money just by not having to buy handsets in that way.
We already have some staff who are not using even a headset or handset. They're doing it all right here.
Mhm.
They just go with it.
IT security enhancements and infrastructure updates, $275,000. I think we're all aware of what's happened in Fremont County and the city of Greenwich. They've been completely shut down. We're seeing attacks on our system every single day that luckily our IT team is keeping out of the county, but there are certainly some enhancements we need to do with respect to security. So that's $275,000. We have tenant improvements at the Health and Wellness Center. We owe Centura contractually for our portion of their tenant improvement, and that's a little over, it's close to $300,000.
Does that also make the room on the first floor?
It does not. So the number in your agenda memo was $486,500 for both the Centura payment and the TI improvement for the physical therapy. We just met with our property management company last week, and the numbers for the physical therapy came in at over $120 a square foot, which we're being told is extremely high for physical therapy space when it's supposed to be a big, pretty much an open shell in a lot of ways. Some of that is obviously the extension of the HVAC that got valued out of the original design of the building, which was probably a mistake, but that's water on the bridge in hindsight being
Obviously
2020.
a mistake.
The last item is an online permitting program. $75,000. That's the one-time fee.
So before you move on,
Yeah.
back to the physical therapy,
Yes.
I mean, that's a service that's desperately needed in the community. And when is it going to be brought to this board, or does it need to be brought to this board to get past that hurdle and get this?
Yeah,
figured out?
we're gonna have to, well, it's gonna depend on the overall cost of the hours. I'm trying to think off the top of my head now, the tenant improvement. I want to say it's $40 to $50.
The one that we did for Centura.
No, there's language in the lease. I think our contribution to a tenant improvement, I think, is $40 to $50. Right? And they came in at 120
Oh,
to
yeah.
it came in to 120 to 130. So, it's bridging that gap between what the tenant is willing to pay and who's willing to pay more. So depending on what that ultimate tenant improvement is going to cost, it could come back to you. Or I just bring it back to you, given the nature of what it is, right?
Yeah, it just seems hard for me to believe that with that much space that's dormant and unproductive right now, we couldn't find a path to making it at least break even, if not profitable, over a reasonable time
That's the
frame.
goal. Yeah, for sure.
Because it seems like it's there, right? Most of the infrastructure or most of the investments already been made.
Majority of the investments, you're right. Yeah. Last item is an online permitting program. Our current program is at end of life, kind of like the phone system. It needs to be replaced. The business no longer supports it. It's a $75,000 cost for purchase and implementation. There's some ongoing costs that we then have to build into the budget moving forward. That would certainly improve services with respect to, it would facilitate online permit review, it would facilitate online permit submittals, et cetera. So those are the 5 items.
So the last one may have some cost recovery with efficiency and possibly.
I think with efficiency, it's certainly going to improve service
Mhm.
to the end customer who's working with our planning and development team. So these are all items that on some level, we're going to need to fund. So just as a friendly reminder, ARPA funds are one-time dollars. Meaning once they're spent, the money's gone. There's no more revenue coming in unless Congress the federal government makes a decision, right, to fund. So again, these are all one-time expenses, at least the portions of these projects that are one-time that we're recommending would be worthy of consideration of use of ARPA funds. If the decision is not to do it at this time, then we're somehow going to have to build all of these at some level into the FY24 budget. So at least understanding that that's what we need to do. excuse me, 23.
Yeah.
Thank you. So at least understanding that would be helpful for us as we're nearing the end of building the proposed FY 23 budget. So there I'll stop and staff the questions.
Okay. Who wants to start?
We obviously have more needs, right, than we have a list of money. So it just comes down to how we want to use the funds.
Yeah. Mike, I have a question about number 2, I think, to start with. That's the IT security enhancements. Obviously, this has to be a priority for us. I'm curious, will these enhancements lock in our maintenance of a physically owned server system? I know one of the debates we've been having for a few years is whether we need to physically own our servers or whether there's better service and or reduced cost associated with going with like Amazon Web Services or something, right, where we lease server space. Does this investment lock us into one decision or another with respect to who owns our servers?
I definitely think it keeps us as owning the servers.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it goes out to another location like that. We do have it, I mean, we've always built it here. I know you guys hate that answer, but we've built our hub to be in this building. And we have, the servers are already downstairs and they're end of life. And so we're just wanting to replace those 4. We do have backups here and we have backups off site. And then we have monitorings here and off site. So everything is sort of built to support each other or itself. If you got more technical into it, I'd have to put somebody on the phone with you because, there's reasons why they did it here. And I know they have a lot of trust issues with doing the servers and stuff offsite, just as far as like quick response time and getting in there to fix stuff when we need to. So I just want to prepare you in case that's their answer when they come back.
And who's they?
Axiom.
So a third party.
Yeah.
Most of our IT works now is being
Yeah, yeah.
done by third party.
Yeah. I don't think I'm going to want to approve that one today, just for the reasons that George brought up. I think it warrants a little bit more investigation. One of the things I
You bet.
believe I've read is the vast majority of these breaches happen when people are trying to run their own security with physical assets. I don't know that I've seen too many breaches of hardened commercial infrastructure like AWS or whatever Microsoft's cloud is or whatever Oracle's cloud is. And I'm a little more than a little hesitant to guarantee that we're going to be operating like they did in 1980 for another
Right.
life cycle of our equipment.
I'm
I think
happy.
it's probably going to be a lot cheaper to not do it that way. And plus, when you outsource, you are basically putting on yourself on a path of upgrades for whoever else is going to be making the investments and doing it. And you're going to be paying a monthly rate. And it's fairly straightforward to move from one platform to another. None of that is true if we decide to continue to do it ourselves here. And yeah, I don't think IT is I think it's something that is necessary to our fabric infrastructure to provide our services, but it is not in and of itself a strategic service, in my opinion.
Yeah. If you guys want to talk to them, I'm happy to bring them in. Or if you just want to cancel the request, we can do, well, I don't know.
I don't think we can cancel the request because whatever we're doing for IT, for cybersecurity, like we've got to do it. So
Yeah.
I think the next step is to have a work session where
Yes.
we receive, a recommendation and some information about if we have to make that decision about whether, which is something Sean's been asking for years, about whether, and I don't intend that as anyway. We just need to have that conversation before we decide to make this investment.
And I would point out that getting a recommendation from Axiom, we have to take it with a bit of a grain of salt because they're not a disinterested party, right? If we move our infrastructure somewhere else, a lot of the work they're doing for us no longer needs to be performed.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's a really good point. So a way to try to address that. Well, I don't know if that
I think
involves.
maybe we need just to do a work session on security.
Yeah.
Given what's
Yeah.
happening in Fremont, given what's happening in Wheat Ridge. It's Suzanne's number 2 threat,
Yeah.
right? To the
Yeah.
county, right? So Suzanne's, it's the county's.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were here yesterday when we went over
Right,
that,
right.
so, yeah.
I think maybe,
Are you threatening us?
I think maybe doing a
Yeah.
work session on IT security in general and A, what are we doing today to help protect us? And B, what do we need to be doing moving forward before you make, so you can make a better informed decision on this, right?
Right.
Right, because I know if this was if the context were different, we would probably be talking about doing an RFP, right? If there are other models to provide services that we could better evaluate the level of service we get, the cost of ownership, et cetera. So I would think that that may be an outcome of a work session, is putting this out just to see what else is out there before we choose something, in isolation.
We'll schedule a work session.
I will acknowledge that this IT security enhancements concept has been on this list for 6 months or so. And that question popped into my mind when I looked at it again this morning. So a little bit of ownership there, process ownership. As far as the health and wellness center tenant improvements, that's a big expenditure. Can you talk to me about the urgency related with it? And the reason I'm curious about the urgency is I think we're waiting on additional information about some other potential ARPA expenditures and some additional information about another revenue source through ARPA that we don't know about yet. And so if I could punt on that one for a period of 30 days or so, I might want to.
We could punt on the TI
TI.
agreement.
Yeah,
We owe Centura that money.
that's,
for action.
that money's already spent.
We need
Yeah.
to make that payment, whether it's coming out of fund balance, whether it's coming out of ARPA, it needs to be paid. So we really can't.
And how much was that amount again? Two, what?
3 something.
Three something?
So the vast majority is. And we already spent down the loan, right?
I know part of the reason for the deferral of the HVAC in that area was because until they knew the layout. Now if it's going to be one big room, rent as one big room, but that was their excuse they gave at the time when they did the value engineering was that, and it's true, you need to know the room layout and the partition layout in order to be able to put the supplies and returns in the right places. But I think they probably oversaved. I think there's some of the work that could have been done for that whole branch. They could have had trunk lines run and stuff like that. Had a sophisticated leak to heat that space and then just had to run a few laterals when they were done. So it sounds like they saved a little too much money for us.
Yeah, my hope is that it's not going to cost us twice as much now as it would have cost us before,
When we mobilized, yeah.
Oh,
or worse. You have to find something kicking the shins.
So that's my take on the tenant improvements. The telephone system replacement. It's nearing the end of its life. I think I could approve that one today. What do you guys think?
My only thought about telephone system and online permitting, both of which are due. I don't think either one of those have anything. There's no interface between them and the IT security that would be affected, is there? I don't think so.
We'll confirm that before we made any purchase if you approve it, but
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking about things that are marginally connected, Telephone, I don't think so. The online permitting, I'm guessing that's going to be behind a firewall and it's not going to change what we purchase there. But just in case I'm wrong about that,
yeah, I'll confirm that.
Did we? At one point, we thought maybe there was a SIPA grant we could go after for that online permitting program.
I'd have to go back and check. A lot of that grant work was put together now, many months ago.
Do we have to, I don't know, maybe this is a Peter question. I'm looking at a couple of expenditures that could pretty easily show up on our capital list for the 2023 budget. And I'm curious if there's a reason for us to make those expenditures in the next 3 months as opposed to after our budget process. Do we have to decide permanently now that it's ARPA funded? Or can we go ahead and authorize the expenditures with the understanding that we could decide there's a different funding source for it?
Well, ARPA provides general fund relief. So any decision that gets made today helps me build a budget. Right? So if we make a decision that we're gonna make this during budget, then I'll have to take these back into our capital. Prioritize them based on everything else that's in that capital.
And so if we decide to authorize this expenditure now, the expenditures start to happen. We find out that there's something that we want to do with the ARPA money that we can't legally do with our general fund money or something like that. We can go back in December and say, actually, that expenditure was out of our general fund and this other one is out of ARPA. I think this is a legal question.
It seems like general fund, I would be interested to know from Peter whether that's even a scenario that could happen.
Right.
Are you able to hear me?
That's the
Yes,
question I
I hear
heard
you.
George asking, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I did send a note in the chat. My video is very slow, so that's why I'm off video. Generally speaking, ARPA is really broad. So the fact is that whether you assign it, call it ARPA at this moment versus just expecting that it will come out of general fund later, I don't think is as much an issue. I think what Brian is looking for here is authorization to expend the money, the ARPA money for specific uses. As for most of what ARPA can be used for, it's going to be for general fund uses. I don't think you're going to run into a problem. What I'm not clear on is, are you, if the board approves today specific funding for ARPA, to basically 3 months from now decide, okay, instead, that money should be spent, like one of the items today that you decide should be spent on ARPA, you decide 3 months from now, no, it should just come out of the general fund. I think it's going to be difficult if the money's already been paid pursuant to board authorization. So I think what you need to do is respectfully is to make a decision today as to what items you want to spend on ARPA. Keeping in mind that 3 months from now, just like Brian was saying, when he prepares the budget and has the budget go through, he's going to account for whether the budget, the general fund budget, can be used for these other items. But the key here is to simply approve what we consider priorities at this moment.
That I was just going to say the same thing. I think we might be overthinking it to worry about whether it comes out of the general fund or out of ARPA, when effectively ARPA is functioning as a branch of the general fund for whatever priorities we as a board to decide to spend money on. And so if I'm hearing Peter right, you're just saying we need to focus harder on whether these are priorities that need to be done and paid for so that we can pay for them. And there's no harm in identifying them as paid for by ARPA if in fact we know that those other things we could have paid for by ARPA are still going to rise to the level of action and expenditure, whether it's general fund or whether it's this.
I think from a process standpoint, if the decision today was not to identify any ARPA funds, use of ARPA funds. We were gonna, okay, so if the decision today is not to use ARPA funds, I would probably build the budget and bring you the capital budget.
Sorry.
I'd probably bring you the capital budget, prioritize based on how we can fund it through the general fund, not use any ARPA. Then give you the list that shows what didn't get funded. And then let me know some-
One thing I appreciate about George's request, at least personally, at the beginning of this process, I expressed a preference to look at everything and prioritize everything at some point in time and make decisions rather than piecemeal approach that we're doing now. And maybe my request was unrealistic. Because there's always going to be new opportunities that we don't know about, right? That's just the nature of this business.
Right.
I kind of, giving us that holistic picture that you're talking about would be helpful, which is of all of our priorities, what they're funded by, what makes the cut, how important are they? Here's what didn't make the cut, and here's the general fund, and here's ARPA. And we can conceptually think about it any way we want to, but we should spend money on what we can legally spend it on, first of all, and then secondly, based on our highest priorities across the board.
Yeah, I guess my personal preference, I appreciate all the work that staff did at the leadership meeting level. And I don't like the message of us taking their recommendation and not doing it without a good reason. But I also recognize that there are a few items that aren't super urgent that we could delay action on rather than saying yes or no today. And I think that the IT one is a perfect example of that for me.
I think the IT one is a very persuasive example for me. I would put the jail toilet repairs as an item that's clearly urgent.
Yep.
And I'm ready to approve that today.
Yeah.
Well, and that's to that end, whatever gets approved today can start today,
Right.
right? So anything that doesn't get approved, it's not happening
Yeah.
until it gets into the budget, and then whether or not it gets funded in the budget, right? So that's part of the reason it's coming to you now, is if something gets approved today, it starts today, as opposed to waiting until after, January of 23. Start moving, when these are all things that we have to do, period.
Yeah.
I think if we don't fund the wellness center out of ARPA, then we're just gonna bring you an item and take it out of fund balance. We own that money.
Yeah.
We should have already made the payment, quite frankly.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
we'll bring that to you out of general fund balance. If ARPA's not.
I guess
I'm fine taking out of ARPA. I mean, $1 is $1.
I am too at the end of the day, because if it's got to be spent, period.
It's already been spent, it's gotta be paid.
Yeah, it's a bill we owe.
Yeah, right.
So there isn't any way around it. Whether you call it ARPA or not is almost immaterial, because if there's something else we could have funded with the ARPA funds, we can also fund it with the general funds if it hits that level. This thing has to be paid. That's at least the one piece of it, the 3 something for the, for the first part. And then the TI part, it is to our best interest to, first of all, get more medical services into that building. It's our obligation. And secondly, then we've got a contractual obligation to be responsible for part of that too.
I think where I'm at after this conversation is that I think I'm ready to fund everything but item 2. I could be convinced that items 1 and 4, sorry for people not looking at the document, everything but the IT improvements, the telephone system replacement and the online permitting program are ones that I could also punt on. I think the health and the tenant improvements and the jail repairs, we definitely need to approve today. What do you guys think about 1 and 4? Sorry, the telephone system and the online permitting program. You think we should approve those today?
I do. I mean, they need their end of life. So residents are receiving substandard service, at least with the permitting, so I understand it. Or actually, I shouldn't say substandard. It could be better, right? And why would we want to delay that if we know we're going to do it anyway?
Yeah, I think they need to be done. We've been talking, improving our permitting for a few years now, trying to get it right. And I think it's an important thing to move on with, and the ticket's not too high. But holding out too for reasons of, we need technically better information about what the right solution is before we spend any money there.
It's a decision that's unmakeable. You can't unmake it.
So.
Yeah, we don't want to just in IT, we don't want to accidentally spend a bunch of money modernizing the stuff we're getting ready to throw away.
And leaving a bunch of security risks open that we could have got rid of if we outsourced.
So let me try to summarize this in a motion. Is that okay? I move we authorize items 1, 3, 4, and 5 of the proposed ARPA list.
Second.
All right.
Of course, referring to the board memo where those items are listed in those numbers.
Does that motion work for you, Peter?
I'm not so sure he's there.
He's here. He's just, his video.
He's off camera.
So
You
he's
got
off
some.
camera.
Well,
Yeah, I saw it. There he is.
he's talking, but we don't hear him.
Oh, you do not hear me?
Now we do.
Now we do.
Now we do.
Okay, what I said was the motion is great.
All right, perfect. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Perfect.
Can I ask one
Motion
clarifying-
passes.
One clarifying question. When we approved the number 3, the tenant improvements, that includes the PT space, just depending on what it comes back at.
Correct. And with encouragement to try to find other sources of funding for all of those projects.
Yeah,
External sources, non-general fund and the
I see the numbers there, right? It's, I believe it's around $650,000.
Yep.
Okay, thank you
all
for
right.
that.
So I believe that concludes our regular sessions for today, correct?
Yes.
We have one more executive session. I'll give you a second, Peter, to find your papers.
So we actually have 3 more executive sessions.
Oh, right. No wonder. Okay. So then,
I was going to respectfully ask the board if we could take a break for lunch.
that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a working lunch. We all ordered lunch and we have it
Okay.
in front of us, which is why we were able to end that conversation very efficiently.
Okay. With that in mind, I can read these items into the record. I will, we'll go from there, just so you know. Okay, so if we have the motion, do we have a motion?
Oh, the board moves into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Okay, pursuant to CRS 24640224B, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to the operable Unit 5 recently established by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. And pursuant to CRS 24640224B and E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to entering into a new intergovernmental agreement with the Clear Creek Fire Authority prior to or upon the expiration of the current agreement, and to determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the new intergovernmental agreement. And then the final one is, just got to find it because I sent it to Beth earlier. I read into the record earlier this morning. It was not on the original agenda. And sorry about that. I just have to find it. I'll just go into executive sessions. I wish I knew it off the top of my head. Again, sorry about that. Pursuant to CRS 246424B, for the county attorney to conference with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on matters concerning potential litigation relating to the death of CJ Glass on or about June 11th, 2022. Thank you. That's it.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Board will now move back into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. We will return briefly to close out the public meeting, but there will be no more content. And I'm not sure when that'll happen since we have a lot to discuss. Okay, perfect. So we're back from our executive session. We've completed it. No written minutes were kept. No decisions were made. This concludes our meeting today. We're adjourned.